Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Today is Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. If you want to know, we will continue with the Shadowbringers main story quest. Yesterday we gained access to the world of the Reach, and today we will explore it. But before we do, we have one more task to do, and this task is called completing the Grand Company leveling. Barracks. Yeah, success! Congratulations, Commander. I knew our squadron was up to the task, but there's nothing quite so satisfying as seeing mission successful at the top of a report. Seems we have a visitor. Come in. I trust I found the barracks of Lieutenant Guy and his squadron. Serpent Marshal Brookstone. What do we owe this honor? I heard word the lieutenant has just returned from his mission, and I wish to speak with our decorated hero in person. These are trying times, as well as you well know, but the valor shown by you and your troops is a source of inspiration for the entire company. Taking your exemplary service into consideration, we've decided that a moment of recognition is long overdue. For outstanding efforts in the Adventure Squadron Initiative, Captain Guy is hereby promoted to Serpent Captain. May your deeds be guided by the will of the elements. Order of the Serpent Captain. Yeah! Finally. It took me 4 months. What did I tell you? I knew a promotion was in the offing. And what an honor that our squadron's success merited a personal visit from the Serpent Marshal himself. Congratulations again, Commander. You've proven once again that with the right leadership, this squadron is capable of anything. So? Nothing else? No fanfares, no music, no shit? Come on. Okay, let's see. The quartermaster. Yeah. Oh, and there are nice tools for crafters and miners. Nice. Forager's hatchet. Oh. Nice. Armor. Material. Material container, okay. So, Grand Company is maxed out. And we can continue with Shadowbringers. Oh no. For fuck's sake. I forgot that I don't have permission. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the markets have to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you. Of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what our duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tista B uh, usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone, seeking the stink of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at your ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high and low? A high or low then? Let's play. Good for you, no time like the present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? High. You're going with high, then let's see what we've got. My card is up to 11 and you have a total of 18. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win and we'll talk about that favor. Another match of high or low? Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. Let's play. That's the spirit, let me sort out the deck. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over and I flip 2 of mine. Now what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? Low. You're going with low then. Let's see what you've got. My card's up to 18 and you have a total of 14. Easy. Well, would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell all Tista what she can do for you. That's all? How delightful, wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Valtteri was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? if your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words of Athern over there. There is not that merry sot likes more than the sound of his own voice. Was it? New to Ilmor, you say? Ha 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 ha, only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. I tell you what, you hop on a stage and give us a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Okay, let's dance. Горе, първо си вземи гащички и потник.
Аз...
Няма потник ли? Чакай.
Не, има.
Има ли?
Да.
Добре.
Чао.
What, not here? Where's the... Oh, for Christ's sake. That's the way dance like there's no tomorrow. Now that's what. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamber up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you, it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Umoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin Eaters. Things changed for us so around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to you more, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Valtteri. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Alfino will be expecting your return. Okay. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alfino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told. Or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. I've put together an ensemble of out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh goodness gracious me! That last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However am I to decide? What happened to painting? Exactly. The lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly, well, I not. That is to say, as long as you just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who'll be upset if he is not ready to paint at a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewelry next? Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends on to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spent indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Hmm. You're one of the bonded, are you, like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't think anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Torich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of mail to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. How do I get down more? Yes. Hee. You need medicines, tonics, potions? A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No, no medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. Poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Your face. You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Or you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict and I have my meal. Good day. This guy was pretty horrible, but I already got used to this game. Did you get my medicine? So that's it? What am I to do if I can sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet, I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of thrilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Valtteri and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again? Or mayhap you think it a step too far? No, why you would do that for me? Of course, why I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. What? Your blessed instrument? Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them into celestial paradise. It is through Lord Valtteri that we learn this true. It is through Lord Valtteri's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Valtteri truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long. I began to worry something had happened. I began sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigation have gleaned thus far? So Lord Valtteri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? I take my eye off you for one moment and you are chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in the blazes? It's also unflattering. Explain yourself, Alvin. Oh man. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and ah. I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch him fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful! And this man is to face sentencing? That's right, in fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the emergent, the level above us where Lord Valtteri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then.
That's him. That's Valtteri. He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking? Mercy! Mercy! By the 12.
Oh no.
Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vorthree, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business. Yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin-eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin-Eaters. And thus am I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me, of Yulmor. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
I think so.
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! And tear out their hearts!
Why did he let them go? Why did he let us go? Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Colusia. I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Bashir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in your accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Valtteri wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm certain we can find work for you there, if you're willing. No, that would just be would be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking. Learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alfino. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alfino. Now I've had many beautiful and striking pictures painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. Okay. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Valtteri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist, and I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return and promise you that. The outrage I witness must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the first are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vathri and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Ah, it is good to be back amongst friends. In such company I can finally turn my thoughts to the future, but ere we discuss all we have learned and begin planning our next step, I think it best that you visit Alice. Her familiarity with the rank will no doubt provide us invaluable insight, and besides, I know she is as eager to see you as I was. Bring a smile to her face, unskilled. Level 75. Ready to depart for a rank? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Kassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does, find him at the Amaro lounge, and he will see that you reach your destination. You've come looking for work. I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in a rank. Are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outport there. As a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set, then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go. You can now travel to Arank, speak with the android Amaru Tamer to fly to the desert.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Be right back, 5 minutes. Yes, I'm in the other whatever zone. Yes, something. And we shall continue with here. Hello, Emily. How are you today? Are you more beautiful than yesterday? You are way more beautiful today. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good news. Oh, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alice friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance. So I propose we make a stop at Mordsauk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sounds good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest straight as an arrow. Okay, let's go. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarank, is it not? Before you cross the river of sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Um, Admire the view. Okay. I have a $6,000 video card. I will admire the view. They built them big, did they? That's Castle Charles, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabat Arank. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say it was once one of Norvrand's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabat Arank's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaru roost for me and my caravan. 'Caravan. 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 ' but not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mordsauk. Let's press on, shall we? Here we are, Mordsauk. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsauk, not just full of mort, but Humes and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met Mort before? They might look like shitty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gen. I'll go ahead and let him know you've arrived. We've arrived. That's a kobold.
Master Gen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mordsook.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mordsook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here!
Come and look.
You buy, you buy?
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
No pot. I'm sure it's not the pot that you are thinking of. Welcome to Ronron's Traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Oh, come on! Don't tell me you're not thinking it. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the foodstuff and inspect it with... Okay, I will eat worms. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. In honey. I call that mushloaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heart. That's my ever-burning bounty made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Skewers. Oh my god. Oh, you like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, speared with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. On the outside, gooey on the inside, perfect for snacking. Ah. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose? Mushloaf, of course. Everything else is disgusting. Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold. And done. One Vobertit or honor buys you 40 loaves of bread. 40? Nice. Oh god. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitors invite us to feast. Let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. Consider your coin purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keep the merchandise down. Yes, no returns. I was watching from here, unskilled. You honored our custom, and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordso. If you need anything in Areng, we are here to provide. Ha 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 ha, you have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. I think I'm gonna have a diarrhea pretty soon. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsau. Oh, offering your services, are you? Well, an assistance would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that keep picking up that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. I'll go and take care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Chest of perishables. Wait, what? No. This is Boom Boom's private worm stash, not for sale. Double cactus, iron ore. Napata rank antiques. Okay. Box of antiquities. Hey, no touching, that merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. Nabat Aren Kirelitsa, wasn't it? All packed in a box there. Handled with care. Table cactus and iron ore. Okay. Crate of ore. I guess this is it. Khazard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Do you remember anything that happens in this zone? Coming up here shortly? No, Chest of perishables. Where's this? No, I don't remember anything from here. Herbal remedy. Where the hell is that? Table cactus. Cured leather. Full water jar. Created armaments. Where the fuck is the cactus? Purple remedies. Tonton. That was his name. You came with the castle. Good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. It was not a cactus, it was a remedy. Whatever. Don't tell me you've been around the market already. Aye, that's the lot, alright. Good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you want to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me You are not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alice told me so much about you. You're unskilled, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alice quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as an unskilled guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. My wife is calling me, so be right back. I'm sorry for the delay. I had to do dinner. The dinner was very delicious. Alice has been desperate to see you unskilled. Let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock. Oh my god. Top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge and then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. And we are starting with the unlocks. Okay. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alice was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you. It seems I'd always thought Alice was strong, but in her mind she was never... Now it makes sense. Uh-huh. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Oh, for Christ's sake, woman! Leave that box and come and help! I was I was having a very delicious dinner. I'm going to meet Alice. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. Okay. Let's go. This is it, thanks to you I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay that the favor somehow, but first let's head inside, shall we? I know a way you could repay me, you know, but I will not share it in our company of dignified people. Welcome to the Inn of Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Emily, today I watched Turkish soap opera. One episode of this soap opera. It's called The Heritage. And it's about two people, one woman who is poor from the ghetto, and she falls in love with this big and handsome rich guy who is also famous on the TV. And half of the movie they just stare at each other, and there is some love music on the background. So this is pretty much the whole plot. And every time he touches her, she's like electrified. I think she was in some kind of monastery, and she was never touched by another human being in her life. It's so overacted that it's hilarious. Yeah. No, it's not romantic, it's idiotic. And they are these two perfect male and female human beings, and they are together all the time. They even live together in the same house, and it's probably 30th or 40th episode, and they never had sex yet. They didn't even kiss each other yet. No, they actually they're Muslims because it's in Turkey, but yeah, they're good God-fearing people. Yeah, they're good Muslims. And he and the guy has that evil sister who wants his money, and she's always plotting against the woman. Because she thinks that the woman will take his money. Because and she called her a gold digger. Now where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side, and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. No, his sister has uh, his sister has some kind of adopted or step daughter, and she wants to marry her stepdaughter to the man. It's a little bit creepy, but they are Turks, yeah. And the daughter is madly in love with the man, but and she's burning from jealousy. Yeah. Oh, fuck off. Alice is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. The footprints continue on to the northwest. The footprints curve around to the west. There are more trucks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand.
Get back here! Is that... It can't be.
Ah, yes, she's talking while she's falling, yeah. Impressive. Most impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner. How are you?
What, no hug?
We've fought them to a standstill then. The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, Their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach.
Well, now that's what I call an exposition.
But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason.
Much like me.
They must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
Or that's how my wife thinks of me. That I only exist to feed and multiply. And to shit also.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. Sorry. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Deslin and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Do you think I still smell of roses from the bath I took in the Yulmore? Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever if I get killed, I'm pretty sure I will not turn into Sin Eater, but I will teleport to Gridania. We can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Oh, for crying out loud. Yes, I will preserve her gentle feelings. How did you fare? I thought there might be one or two lurking in on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers and that they pose a threat. Much like the void sand, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to cut their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped out on that front. Let's report our victories to Teslin, shall we? I think I distinctively remember that there will be some tragedy here with a girl who will slowly become a sin eater or something like that. Alice tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see that two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice has missed your company. Everything is always, if Unskilled were here, he would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Unskinled's methods. Ahahaha, honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. Alice had a crush on me. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. Ah. And her feet are really small. Not like some people I know. Haha. Yes. Hehe. I'm only teasing. Though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets. Just as you do. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alice? And twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true, thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients perhaps? There are 3 in particular I mean to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Paunil, Toden and Halric. They may not give much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Thank you. Toden glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. You've seen to the patients? How were they? Good, that's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take unskilled to more so if you have any errands that there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, unskilled. There's something I want you to see right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Did I attune here? Okay. Thank you. I have my moments. As rare as they can be. Oh ho, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we were looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh my god, Alice! Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Oh, come on, I don't want to see views. Alice, I see. Alice wants me to see the view because she wants some private time with me. Aha. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers. You actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails, shall we? I guess I can kinda make out with Alice. One or two times just for fun.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought. It's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Oh god. That's what the fruit is for.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Okay, Alice, you're beginning to sound like a stalker. I mean, I need some space and I need some time to think whether I want to be with you or not. Don't rush things, please. Let's just talk.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons. But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
I'm glad I was able to show you that when it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urian chairs lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Okay. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find the nectarine? Thank you. Alice has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. This is sick. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat. I hope they don't put something in my meal. Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
Tesleen is a beautiful girl.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, poison.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then. Yes, my father always taught me when you are visiting somebody and they offer you food, eat fast so they can offer you more.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
Yeah.
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Oh, her mother died as well.
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death.
Imagine how many people she put to death.
When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Tesleen!
you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Unskilled are the same. You have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. You see no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. Oh, fuck off. To the southwest. Maybe it's probably here. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric and suddenly find yourself under attack.
Any sign of him? No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will. Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich! We have to run!
Oh no. Oh
Tessa,
god.
No!
Oh god.
We all deserve happiness. Wherever we can find it.
Fuck.
The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, 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 no!
Forgive me, Alice.
That was a cool scene. That was a very cool scene. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry, Unskilled. Try to tell the carers what happened, but I can be the shoulder to they lean on, not like this. It's just so unfair. This Lin was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that they wouldn't be in pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Yeah, it's not fair. I imagine you are just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate that what you are doing here. Me, I don't have the words. Without a body, we can even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people the chance to say their goodbyes. Kalik is unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up to the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Okay, that was good. Be right back, 5 minutes. Okay, I was pretty traumatized. Let's see what the future has in store. I've spoken with the carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Oh, Alice. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course, but just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Tislin's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, and a purpose. This damn light building without seas. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. I should have probably teleported to the Crystarium and go from there, but I love walks. Forgive me, Unskilled, I couldn't stay there a moment longer, but I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel. From your Zea's sword in the darkness to Norvard's sword in the light. Gods above, it feels like an age ago now. Miss Alice, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amareng again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Thank you for seeking me out, Unskilled. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. And looking at Alfino, I'd say he's as eager to begin this discussion as I am. I say we lay our experiences before the Exarch. Sorry, and step back to see what kind of picture they make. Then we can decide where to go from here.
And so you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmul might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Aha, I'm starting to understand now.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the Light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
So basically, there are 14 dimensions, which are shards, and several of them have been destroyed by conjoining with our dimension. Yeah.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Accessor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Hallminster switch is past these gates and through the woods. It is not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm, unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villages, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a light warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we will have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of the underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordswoman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah well, you can leave the particulars quandary to us. I must ask that the guards stand down and allow us to engage the leader of Eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leveliers, Captain Lina, and last but not least, the boss. I'm gonna cut his balls off. A formidable group indeed. Into Hallminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. The instance dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo alongside the supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option to form a party. Apparently you can also select duty support under duty from... okay. When forming a party you will need to follow the same role restrictions imposed when using a duty finder. Alternatively, you can find party members via the duty finder as usual. Complete the instance with fellow players instead. Okay. Let's go! Come on, game, let me in. Come on, game. Let's go. Oh. The other way. Sorry. 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 Ah, yeah. I can see it. Fuck you. Oh my god, this is Teslin. Oh god. Farewell, Teslin. I'm going to avenge you. Oh my god. Okay. Philia. You are one ugly motherfucker. Uciekli. Прибраги? Така ли? Добре. Oh, come on. GG, motherfuckers. Why is he still here?
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. The blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Oh, I will eat ether. Nom 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 nom. Will it make me stronger? Ah, I'm gone.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
Oh my god. Graha is so excited. Calm down, Exarch. So now I am officially God.
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Yes, I'm your God. You should worship me and send me your virgins.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people?
We are the badasses.
You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true.
I like Lena.
My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains.
Yeah.
Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion.
How about you ask me nicely if I want to do it?
Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
I'll think about... Oh no, the annoying guy. It seems I have no choice but to fight, yeah, like this. Yes, he is annoying and melodramatic.
Thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
He's annoying as fuck. I don't care how troubled his childhood was.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose.
And the Crystal Exarch kidnapped us all against our will, and he's the most guilty savage of them all. So you have an annoying ghost, you have a war criminal, and probably a mass murderer, and all the main characters in this chart are insane.
And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll.
I wonder how Alice did not break his legs yet.
Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
I don't care, get us back home.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin-Eater is defeated.
Like we have a choice.
Amen. My warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Where you will probably get all the credit. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. Ah, now it's the normal sky, and it's a sunrise. I'm having a little bit problems with the logic and the physics of this world. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. How come the sun is normal here, but is not normal on the other provinces where it is internal light? I mean, the sun, the world is spinning, so the sun should. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. This light which caused the calamity is not natural. It's not coming from the sun. Am I correct? Now, as for how we proceed from here. The villages we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. So I have a problem with the logic of this shard. So now there is a normal day and light, but the on the other regions the light is not coming from the sun. It's something unnatural. Am I correct? It's not the light from the sun. I mean, it hasn't, the planet hasn't. Aha! So the planet didn't stop spinning. I thought the planet stopped spinning. Aha! I see. Okay. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the warrior of darkness has come. Is to be expected. Unskilled, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Excuse me? So you can get all the credit? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. should you come forth as the legendary warrior of darkness. I fear that no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how Valtteri responds to all of this. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. It is my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Yes, I get it now. I thought that it was something with the sun, the planet stopped spinning and shit. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day about all of you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. Aha, I see. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the pendants? Please let Bragi know that we are bringing in number of injured and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check on in Hallminster. We already went through the village top to bottom, Alice. We should all take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters and I can't rest, not now. So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, Unskilled. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. Okay, woman, calm down. I won't follow you. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. Just you and me then, shall we? Yeah, wonderful story so far. We have cleared one province. Yeah, probably. Maybe it will be revealed in one of the future expansions. Okay, that's it for today. It was an amazing story so far. and we will continue tomorrow at 6 or 6:30 p.m. GMT plus 3. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, for being with me. I'll see you all tomorrow. And until then, be safe and good night.